Becoming gracious, listen to my condition, Kirpal Ji. Give me the treasure of Nam and make me rich. Servant Ajayab praise, O giver, servant Ajayab praise.
Mera data ji suno benati. Mere data ji suno benati. Karo mana jura sunake benati. Karo mana jura sunake benati. Ara jagu jara sunna lo pukara, sunna lo pukara, kadina visara. Ara jagu jara sunna lo pukara, sunna lo pukara, kadina visara. Lavo para kinare, data lavo para kinare. Mere data ji suno benati. Mere data ji suno benati. Karo mana jura sunake benati. Karo mana jura sunake benati. Atamani mani sunadina bani, sunadina bani, hoi he nitani. Atamani mani sunadina bani, sunadina bani, hoi he nitani. Ho gae tere sahare, data ho gae tere sahare. Mere data ji suno benati. Mere data ji suno benati. Karo mana jura sunake benati. Karo mana jura sunake benati. Kala pavarane jala vichai, jala vichai, dil gabarai. Kala pavarane jala vichai, jala vichai, dil gabarai. Tere bin dukkha kon tare, data tere bin dukkha kon tare. Mere data ji suno benati. Mere data ji suno benati. Karo manajura sunake benati. Karo manajura sunake benati. Hoe kede Allah Allah suno kirpalaji. Nam deke jane devo karo malo maloji. Hoe kede Allah Allah suno kirpalaji. Nam deke jane devo karo malo maloji. Dasa jaiba pukare. Data dasa ajaiba pukare. Mere data Jisu no benati. Mere data Jisu no benati. Karo manajura sunake benati. Karo manajura sunake benati.
This is chapter 6 from the Light of Kirpal, given September 13th, 1970 at Dehradun. Very few really want to go home. Questions and answers. I wonder if you talk about our home in Sachkhand. Suppose you've seen a beautiful building or the palace of a king somewhere, and then you go to some small village made up of only earth bricks. I want to give you an example. You may spend some time in the astral, very little in the causal, nothing more. These are matters to be experienced. The stage at which God comes into full expression is in Sachkhand or Satanam. That can only be experienced in the spiritual planes. There are physical, astral, causal, and beyond them the spiritual planes. You may be given some poor description to some extent of the astral and causal planes, but beyond that really cannot be understood in this language. Is it possible to talk about what it's like living there? It is just like a bubble of water in the sea, sometimes found up to Satlok. It is all light, scintillating light, very strong. It cannot be compared with the astral or the causal lights. If you enter that place, it is just like fountains of light gushing out. Still beyond is the entrance hall to Satlok. The fountains of light come gushing out. It is something like that. Why did we ever leave? Or did we have a choice? You know, God made the world. He sent us to the world. Why He sent us? That is the question. I think it is better to go to Him and ask Him. Back to meditation. Get to Him and ask Him. Then you'll not have your intellect, and you will know why He sent us. We are, in fact, in a prison. The house is on fire. Man should not ask who has set the fire to the house. It is better to get out of the house and then inquire. Instead of inquiring who lit the fire, why he lit it, come out. Get out of this danger, this house. Transcend. Go into it. Then you'll know many things. After all, we will come to know it is His will. Why did He make the world? Why does man give birth to children? It is His wish, isn't it? I suppose that's to keep Cal's realm populated, isn't it? Well, it is your wish. You go for that purpose. What is the reason He sent us? We are sent down. Sometimes we were in the lap of Him. It was His will, and He willed it. Suppose I go from India to the United States. There I'll have to abide by the laws of the United States. It is something like that. He sent us. Why did He send us? It was His will. All masters said like that. Nothing more can be said. Once this question was put to our master, who replied, "Let us go to him and then ask him. It is better." In some aspects of Indian philosophy, it's described as God enjoying himself, a way of expression, enjoying himself. Have you ever frolicked with yourself? If you have, you are a miniature God, micro God. He said that the world is a joy, seeing his own greatness at the same time. What is it? Then it means that he was all alone, and he was very much lonely. So he wanted some creation to fill joy. But why he made the world, who can reply? Why he sent us here, it is his will. The first action which reacted in the shape of sending us down. We did nothing wrong. We were sent down. That was from no reaction. In the world we sow something and reap, isn't it? What seed have we sown? We have remained in him. That's the big question. These are not my words. These are the words of the Master. Now we are reaping what we have sown. But what did we do before we were sent down to the world? But you do hold out the hope that at least we'll get the answer to that at perhaps the top of the mental realm or the causal. Is the answer there? Past there? Not there either. Up to there you will only know the reaction of our own past births. In Satsang, the answer is available. Satsang, no. The information of why you've been born, reborn, here, there, you can have on the causal plane too. But this very question of why we were sent down into the world cannot be substantiated there. It is for God alone to reply. He sent us. Why did he send us when we did not do anything wrong? Did you do anything wrong? What sin did we commit before being sent down here? Well, the Old Testament explanation about Adam and Eve, how should that be regarded? Adam and Eve in Genesis recorded their own names. But how did the creation come into being? Look here, I tell you. Did the seed precede the fruit, or did fruit precede the seed? Did egg precede the hen, or did hen precede the egg? No reply, you see. It is all delusion. It is all Maya. So there's reaction. Adam and Eve. That's only the position. There's one man, one woman. And they say Adam was first and then Eve. Then she did something. She ate the fruit of the tree. God had come down and out of him created Eve. Before, but what before that? Suppose you know. How would it help you, dear friend? The house is on fire. Let us come out. Well, we're all trying to get out of that house, but the feet seem to be stuck in the mud there. Truly speaking, we do not want to come out. Very rarely we do, and those who do, they change a little bit. You say, truly speaking, most people aren't trying. No, most people don't want to leave all this. What is this? To give up this beautiful body they're carrying? All attachments, relations, and these temples, houses and cars and everything. Who would leave them? So most of the people here who are trying stand a pretty good chance of doing it, of course with the grace of the Master. Even of those who have taken up this path, very few do really want to go. They put in time and still they are stuck fast. They pray to God so that they may have something of the world here and in the hereafter. Very few there are who really want to go home. What percentage of those of us here are going to make it? The seed that was sown cannot be destroyed. It must bring forth fruit. Let me ask what percentage will make it this year. How will it help you? I was just reading an article that you wrote that says 3 or possibly 4 lives. I never wrote like that. No, no, no. You might have read this in the Sayings of the Master. I say even the 4 stages can be passed in one's life, not necessarily 4 lives. Yes, you say that in the article too. In one life. Then why 4 lives? There are 4 stages of development, that's all. In the first stage, man is hungry. Then he meets the Master. Then he attaches to Nam. Then he should be fully devoted to him. There are different stages of development. The hunger is there. The bread is there. He eats it and is satisfied. Not necessarily 4 lives. But man is in the make, I tell you. Some are more ready, some are comparatively less ready. But a man can pass through all these 4 stages in one life. Although we find there are 4 stages required, some people do interpret differently, that's all. Is there any way of accurately telling who has succeeded in breaking through into perhaps the first 1 or 2 stages just by evaluating their characteristics? I mean, should they suddenly become purer for having broken through into the mental and the astral? I can give you some instances. Now I tell you, one lady from the West wrote me a letter. She had passed through Trikuti. I put her a question, and she replied. She replied with vague ideas of that plane. She had experienced some, but not fully. I explained it to her. She still lives there in the West. Let's see, that's the top of the mental. Yes, the people do progress, you see. Here also we have people who have progressed. In the West, too. There are few, of course, but still there are some. Are those who have progressed perhaps that far usually the quiet type that never call attention to themselves at all? Why not? They have got this body, the temple of God. They thank God. They while away this visit by going within. There's very unusual pleasure in God, of course. I was just wondering if there were any personality characteristics that would identify a person. The main thing is he'd be loving. He'll be glad to give, not receive. Love knows service and sacrifice. He loves God residing in every heart. He loves the animals. He loves the snakes. He loves the birds. They're the younger brothers of the family of God. He wishes peace be unto all the world over under thy will, O God, with no question. Having gone to that plane, or the mental plane, he wouldn't retain any personality quirks then. Personality blurs, consciousness of self, unless it is absorbed, as I gave you an example, like a bubble on the water that then dissipates in the water and is something like the water. Let me give you an example. A newly married wife is asking her mother, "How shall I know how it is when a child is born?" You see? And her mother told her, "You'll have the baby, and then tell us yourself. When you go up, then say something. When you feel that way, you'll say, 'Oh, this is like that, this is like that.' Until then, you cannot even think of any words. He is calling us. You'll know. Are you sure? Are you satisfied, convinced that the path you have been on is right? Oh, yes. Then go on, that's all. You've had some glimpses, if not more, some proofs, yes. Then go on. If you can have these things now, others can be expected. Forget the past and forget the future. What will happen and what will not happen? That's the question when the mother told her daughter, "You will see, then tell us." Go on, leave all questions. All questions are only to first understand. When you've followed, understood, then go on with it. First, you're not the body, are you? Well, let's rise above it, pass into the beyond, stay there longer. There's more bliss there than here. All glory and beauty lies within you. When you are sure and are now convinced that the way is all right, and you come to know something of it, some inner experience, and this will follow. I'm now going to read chapter 39, Rise Above Consciousness of This World from the Light of Kirpal, given January 15th, 1971, from Rajpur. Perhaps you have read in Japji that there are planes and planes. There are skies and skies when you rise above. References have been made there, but people don't know how to interpret them. That's the pity. Once when Guru Nanak went to Persia, he said, there are planes, there are skies and skies. There's no end to them. And somebody reported to a Mohammedan saint that we have in our Quran only 7 skies. But here is a saint saying there are skies and limitless skies. When he came up to Guru Nanak told him, if your vision is open up to 7, that's all right, but there are still further regions. There's no end to them. References are given in the books. People read Japji daily, but they don't know what it means. Books can only give references to what they, the authors, have seen. Guru Nanak saw that there are planes and planes and skies and skies. There's no limit to that. They cannot be counted. God is limitless. How can you count his creation, which is also limitless? The beauty of that stanza is not understood. People read without understanding, but truly speaking, the superficial knowledge is ignorance, I tell you. We have to use this language. We have to talk from the level of the people and the language known by them, but words are inadequate. Now, as we stated in Japji, there are plains and plains, there are skies above skies. They have no limit to them. How can you count them? And God who created them is also limitless. That's all you can say. I think until you see them or have some access to them, only then you'll see their beauty. Balana Rumi, a Mohammedan saint, says, I've taken the very gist, the very life out of the Quran, and I'm giving you that. I've left the flesh and bones for the dogs to fight over. The words he has used are very strong. These are his exact words. I've taken the very brain out of the Quran and left the flesh and bones for the dogs to fight over. Most will only speak by the letter of the law. This word can only be pronounced in that way, and this in that way. They're fighting over these minor points, and they don't get to the kernel of these things. So Maulana Rumi says, I have taken out of the Quran the life of all scripture. He was a Mohammedan, really a very high saint, I tell you. We have to describe to other people through language, but language can only give a reference to it. When going on a plane, you can see different layers of clouds below the plane. You see them, first one, then the other, like veils. Now how can one who has not been in the airplane understand this description, even if you write it in books? The digest of the whole thing is know yourself, not at the level of feelings or drawing inferences, but by self-analysis. When you rise above, your angle of vision is changed. You need no literary knowledge for that. You see it. For explanatory purposes, a learned man will give you so many instances from outside to bring home that very point. An unlearned man will only use the vocabulary at his command. As I have told you, Bulleh Shah went to his guru, Inayat Shah by name, who was a gardener. He was just transplanting saplings from here to there. Bulleh Shah asked, how can God be reached? And Inayat Shah said, oh, that is very easy work. It is just like removing one sapling from one place and putting it in another place. You withdraw your attention from outside. It is a question of all attention, that's all. If I look at you, let me wholly look at you and nobody else. God does not like you to think of anybody except him. If you have got a special friend, naturally, he would not like you to think of anybody else but him. God is all alone. He wants everybody to come to him all alone, not even bringing intellect, outgoing faculties, children, money, or wealth. He is all alone. What is all this creation? It is just like a written document when rolled up. When again he opens it, all this creation is begun. But you do not understand these things in their right perspective unless you see. Feelings, emotions, and drawing inferences are all subject to error. Seeing is above all. Naturally, every man wants to go to his origin. As I told you the other day, if you light a candle, the flame will go up. If you upturn it, the flame will go up. The origin is the sun above. Soul is of the same essence as that of God. It will, when unbound, cut off from all environments, go up. To have longing feelings like that is all right, but unless you reunite, that very separation will give you the fever of aspiration. So everyone has the natural tendency to go to his origin, that's all. We're simply bound by outside things, outside faculties, whether physical or astral or causal. That is why it is very necessary that we should have no attachments. When we are attached, we cannot leave. It's just like some flowers painted in a portrait on the wall. The flowers cannot leave the wall. We think so much of and are so imbued with the worldly things that we cannot withdraw from them. So the Master gives you some demonstration of how to rise above body consciousness on the very first day. If you completely withdraw all your attention from the body, that's true renunciation. I do not tell you to leave hearth and home and go to the wilderness. Leave the body. That's the difficult thing. To leave all the rest is very easy. To leave all the attachments of the world is very easy, but to control the mind and rise above body consciousness is difficult. Unless you control the mind, how can you rise above? You are bound hand and foot, you see. In the old days, they had hydrogen gas balloons which were tied to the earth by strings. When the strings were cut off, the balloons flew up in the air. It is something like that. We are not of the physical world. We are of the other world, other worlds, I would say. We are stuck fast here, enchained hand and foot. We cannot leave the world and its environments. And Master says to the learned, with all your learning, how can you leave? So Master gives you firsthand a little demonstration of how to come up on the very first day. The ABC starts from there. There are yet planes and planes and planes. It's said of Peter the Great, Tsar of Russia, that once he went to Holland to learn how ships are built. I saw the ship he worked on still lying in the museum on my last tour. So he dressed in the laborer's clothing. He was the Tsar of Russia, working like other laborers. There were some who had been driven out of Russia. He met them and asked them, "Dear friends, why are you here? Why don't you go back to your homeland?" "Well, we've been driven out by order of the Tsar. We cannot go back." "All right, that Tsar of Russia is known to me. I will recommend that he let you go back." Some people did believe. "He appears very strong. He might be known to the Tsar," said those who really heard him. So he went back to Russia. They followed him. When he entered Russia, the people bowed down in respect for him. Those who had followed him said, "The man appears to be very influential. Everybody respects him." When he reached Moscow, the capital, he went and sat on the throne. Then they said, "Didn't I tell you he was something?" Following a master is something like that, you see. God is waiting for you now. That friend is lying, waiting for you. Go back as soon as you can. Pay off all your debts here, your give and take. So astral planes are more beautiful than the physical. The causal are still more, and those further still more. When you have had a little taste of that, you would not like to stay here for a moment. But just look at the sacrifice of the masters. The 10th Guru said, "I did not want to leave, but I was ordered to come." So they have come only to take you back. The God in them, not the Son of Man. No, no. All that remains is to live, act up to what they say. Even if you hold millions of dollars, will this go along with you? But the means by which you have earned that money will go with you. If you suck the blood of somebody, usurp the rights of somebody, you will have to pay off. So that is why I tell you, when you sit for meditation, pretend you are dying. That will help you. But this thought of death cannot come to you. I tell you, if you are so much imbued with the worldly color that the other color cannot come through. So solitude is necessary for developing that. In my early life, you see, if anybody wanted to find me after my office duties, he would either go to the cremation place or to the riverside. At the cremation place, I would see bodies coming and going and wonder, "Oh, what is this all about?" You are very fortunate to have your breakfast served already. You've not to cook it up. And even then we say, we have no time to meditate. We have important works to do. And you say, "All right, tomorrow we will see." You only lie to him. Procrastination is the thief of time. "All right, I'll do it tomorrow, the day after. Let me finish this work, then I'll devote time." Suppose you die today. Where will you stand? Well, the soul does not die, but that has to leave the body. If there's a criminal case against you, and the warrants come without any surety, you may stick to your home. You don't want to leave, but they'll drag you anyway. But if you are already leaving the body, then where's the sting of death? "All right, come on, I'll go." After all, everybody has to go. If perhaps you have made some arrangement to live here forever, then very kindly tell me too. Have you got any special arrangements for that? Then everybody has to go. You must learn how to go, so that you may go in all peace, joy, and smiling. Our master used to say, if you would like to see how the master works, go to some initiate at the time of death. Ask him, he will tell you. My wife passed away on the 3rd of April. On the 31st of March, she was having the master within her. She said, I am going on the 2nd. I told her, don't go on the 2nd. There will be thousands of people here for the Bandara of Sant Singh's death anniversary. This will cause a great disturbance. All right, then the day after the 3rd or 4th, I will go. On the 3rd, I asked her, are you ready now? She said, yes. All right, go. She smiled and left. So everybody has to go. We should at least go jolly. How far have you progressed while in the physical body? You will go directly to the place where you have progressed while in the physical body. You can progress more here in the man body. If you have divested yourself of all the vestures of the different planes, you'll go directly home. What takes months to do here, there takes years to do. How important it is. Again, I might tell you this is not given in books. You have to learn to leave the body. Is it not so? Is there any doubt about it? Perhaps you have arranged something here. I don't think you can. So that's the foremost thing that you must learn, to leave the body. When you leave the body, all environments are cut off. Master, does that mean when you die, if you have once in your life reached a higher plane and you never reach there again, do you go to that plane? Well, dear friend, you're wrestling, intellectually wrestling. Once somebody has taken pity on you, has taken you to some place to show you the highest plane, then you must learn to leave, go by yourself. A child wants to walk, but he cannot. So the father takes him in his lap and takes him there himself. Then next day he says, all right, walk now. Do you see? So the foremost work, truly speaking, our private work is to leave the body. Then start on the way. All other works are secondary. Pay off debts and stop sowing new seeds. We will always put off, all right, this I can do later. Let me finish this work. Let me finish that work and do others. God first and world next. This we have not decided as yet. We have to leave the world. We have to pay off, give and take. Don't sow any further seeds, that's all. Finish off. So you have got so much food to digest in here, you see. A spiritual man is one who lives in the Spirit. A spiritual man is one who lives in the Spirit. Very simple definition. Kirpal Singh.
This book, which covers most aspects of spirituality, is a God-given spiritual textbook to which all initiates should constantly refer to see how they are measuring up to the standards required for success in their man-making. I cannot stress sufficiently the importance of reading this book, digesting its contents, and then living up to what it contains. Kirpal Singh.
हर सिफात की गुरु कृपाली में जिनको संसार पाने आए रंग रंग दे सज के बंदियानु विचे अपना आप लुकाया
I was talking just about devotion, you see, how that devotion is dwelt. What is meant by devotion? Our hearts, it is a subject of heart, not of head. It is a subject of heart, not of head. Heart always remains to be attached somewhere. You might call it mind or heart, anything you like. This will be attached somewhere. Now we are attached to the world, to the families, to the outward things. How that attachment has been developed by constant contact with them. The more we are in contact with outer things, the more attached we are there. This is but natural. My mother brings up her child, you see, looking after the child only. The child goes away outside, say for 3, 4, 5 hours, she does not turn up, her heart is upset. Why? That heart has been attached to the child because she was all along seeing, coming in contact with the child. Now the hearts are attached to the physical body, to the outward attachments. Naturally, Surdas says, well, my feet go ahead and my heart goes back to it. It is attached. So bhakti is a subject of heart, not of head, first of all. We have to develop now attachment with God. Now we are attached with the world. All these outer things are ephemeral, changing panorama. The heart which is attached to the outer panorama, how can that sometimes always visit you, changing? This is one thing. So naturally, which is not unchangeable permanence, how can that be attached to that? So first we have to develop attachment. We have to just change from the outside with the God within you. So first and foremost thing, ABC starts by coming in contact constantly, more often, with whom you want to develop your attachment. For that purpose, the first step of any religion is there. Go to the church, say prayers, morning, evening, at night. Similarly, in all religions, Sikhs go to temples, Hindus go to the Hindu temples, Mohammedans go to the mosques. For 3 times they go, 5 times, you see. So this is the ABC start from here. So that we must find out some time just directing our heart to that way. So the more is it, more often we are attached there, the natural attachment will develop that side. Otherwise, this is the first step. Sometimes we leave off all outer regularities. So for that very purpose, this diary has been introduced. For the sake of the one whom you are devoted fully. You see, what is attached there. For his sake, you love all others who are attached to him, who are created by him, you might say. In that way, there is no binding on you, because you have got the ruling passion for one. For His sake, you love everybody, His children, His others. You follow now how this devotion is dwelt. How to take it out from one place and attach to the other. So first is the most constant attachment, coming in contact with the thing, with the person, or with God. That way the attachment will develop. When it is developed, then you become helpless, you see. Because your heart is attached. You might be going this way and the heart is attached somewhere else. You will always be dragged there, you see. So this is the first start of devotion or bhakti. Diary is proposed, how much time you put in, how many places your heart is attached to outer things, in one form or the other. That requires purity of heart. Purity of heart, what does it mean? Wherein no other thought strikes other than whom you love. That's all. Purity means that. If it's all, when there's no other thought just in your heart for anybody else, that's all vacant from the outward attachment, then God is there. You see? So devotion starts, you have to just detach your heart from the outer things to the God or God in man. How that is dwelt by constant coming in contact. First, ABC starts regularity of your devotion, of your practices, of your attending your churches or sacred places. For what for? Just to think of the Lord for a time? Is it not? Or what else? You go to a holy place, to a temple, or your heart is attached outside. What's the good of it? He said there are two friends. One, he was very fond of going for playing in the ground. The other said, I will go to the church. Though both of them were headstrong in their own way. The one who thought of the field, playing in the field, he went away there. And the one who went to the very much, he was not in his own way, he went to the church. But while both of them there, what were doing? The man playing in the ground was thinking, my friend is in the church, he must be saying prayers. You see? Though his physical body is there, but all the heart is there. And the one who was in the church, you are thinking, my friend must be kicking balls now. Although physically he is there, but he is not there. You follow? So do all your works, physical, out attachments, for the sake of one, love everybody. But your heart is to attach to one. You see? And sometimes people come to some holy place, to holy man too. There also they are attached somewhere else. They are thinking of the outside. What's the good of being there? It is better to be in the field and thinking of the church, you see, than to be in the church and thinking of the field. So this attachment is a subject of the heart. This develops devotion, as I told you in due course. That is why this is first of necessity. What we do generally, we take up something and leave out the other things. They are all the same, we leaving of the outward way, outward method by which our heart can be attached that way, directed that way. We leave off that thing. And we don't put in whole time the other way. Naturally, we are lost both ways. How the devotion is developed, this is the first thing. To be in contact with the object with whom you want to be attached. One thing, decide for you. Pity it is. We are adrift. We have not decided our goal, what we want to do. That is why I always stress, well, decide what you want to become. Sometimes we are devoted to one thing for 10 days or a month or 2 months, then we are just change our direction to some other thing. The result is, you see, the time we dig up wells, some 2 feet, some 3 feet, some 5 feet deep, and water is nowhere. You follow? So first decide what you want to become, to whom you want to be devoted wholly and solely. And naturally, you have read scriptures, all masters say, when you got a man body, the highest thing you have to attach yourself to God. Wherever you will be attached, you will go there. Into the world, that is the reason why I have been coming to the world again and again. The reason is because we are not attached to God. Otherwise we would have gone to God. So this is your first thing. Keep your diaries. Eliminate all foreign thoughts from your heart. Our heart is divided. Let it be no other thought except to whom you want to be devoted. Scientifically I am speaking. You will learn devotion. When devotion will set in, you see, you become helpless. You cannot do otherwise, you see. Suppose you are daily saying prayers at a limit, at a certain appointed hour. For a month, 2, 3, 4 months. One day you have no time to do your whole day, your heart is upset. You lost something. You feel like that. This shows attached with something, you know. This is how this is developed. And second is just have the company of somebody whose heart are devoted. Where? Where you are attached. If you want to be devoted to God, you must have such company who are devoted to God. If you want to be devoted to the world, that you have got ample. Everywhere you find like that. And the third, most effective way is to come in contact where that devotion is what is manifested fully. Where word is made flesh. Where word, W-O-R-L-D, L has been eliminated. L has been eliminated. What remains? Word. God, you know. This is how this radiation comes direct to, and thousands of miles to only. You are situated at a place which is thousands of miles away from you. You must develop receptivity, direction. From radios and televisions, you hear the voice, you see who is speaking. From thousands of miles. Or a God or God-man, it's word made flesh. He's everywhere. Simply you have to turn your minds, hearts that way. To develop receptivity, you will have help from there. But all the same, to come in contact physically, that cannot be underrated. There you come directly you pass. There you have to direct your attention there. Here you have little or no effort to make to direct your attention. You see with your own eyes. You see? You follow me how the devotion is done. How that can be strengthened. How you can transmute yourself in devotion. Teach us. So now we should judge where we stand. If our hearts are devoted to one, and for the sake of the one we are devoted, selfless service we are doing, that is not binding, mind that. We are not devoted to someone, we are devoted for the outer name, fame, for the good name of the world, in the world, this and that, in outer purposes, then you are not. You will go where you are attached. This is the devotion. Masters have been explaining these things in their own way. The basic thing is that. You find all masters saying, scriptures speak of the same thing. They say something, but practically who has gone through it, you find now how the devotion is developed. For that purpose you have got regularity. Keep your diary. That will make you regular. I always enjoin, send your diaries blank. How long you will send it? 1 month, 2 months, then you will morally feel, you see. You will begin to do something. Then you will be regular. You, all right, please put in more time. I never chastise anybody. Even who does not do it, well, all right, please do this again. Those who do that, then again they are give little thought. So that's the purpose of diary. See how important it is. And how many there are really keep diaries. And true diaries. Sometimes people simply put in diaries, bring it to me. Well, diary is all clear. And underneath he gets little or no experience. I tell you, dear friend, your diary is all right, then you should have go to the third plane. Heart which is not attached to another, he never thinks of the worldly things, he not, you see, now the failures in different healths. Then his heart is pure, then God must set in, he is there already, he will become manifest. And all the things you are putting regular time. Either you are putting time like, as I spoke you, one friend in the boy in the field, the other in the church. You see, there are two, I just told you, there are two friends, one wanted to go to the field for playing, the other wanted to go to the church. Both had their own ways. The one who was in the field, you see, playing, you say, oh, my friend is sitting in the church, oh, he's praying. But his physical body there. But all the time his heart is there. The one who was in the church, he was just, oh, my friend must be praying just like this and that. So, to come into somebody, you see, he was sitting before the master too. There also see where you are. You will have to derive the full benefit of that. So first of all, ABC starts from diary. This has been to do with very higher purpose, I would say. Follow me? Now, what is the purpose of diary? Why these things are explained to you in detail. These are given reference in the books, but in detail like that you won't find it like that. The purpose is there. So those who are not keeping diary, they must maintain. I always, again and again, press for that. Those who are not maintaining diaries, they have failures. In due course, their whole heart will be attached to the outside. And outer they might be looking very devoted, but they are devoted to the world. So now you understand how this devotion is developed, what it gives, how this is further strengthened, and how you rise into that devotion itself. So this is what is wanted. You see, every day something explained to you in detail so that you may understand something. Only understanding won't do also. You must live up to it. The more you live up to your state, your heart will be attached to some higher thing as compared with the worldly things.
Sona Sona Mukura. Your face is beautiful and you have a beautiful attraction. The soul is so happy that it is flying in the air. Come really and give us darshan, O giver. O giver, at least once enter my home, so that I can relate the sorrows of my heart to you. Like the rainbird I am saying, O giver, for once reside in my eyes, and then I will never open my eyes again. Again and again I've been into many births. When my fate awakened, then I came to your feet. O giver, come and protect me now, so that I may never waver. Sawan and Kirpal are true and pure. Ajayab, the poor one, has come to your door. Millions of times I sing your praises. I sacrifice my life at your door.
Sona sona mukarate soni soni kichave rupai ude hava devi chave sacha mucha darsha dikhadata me dil ne dukare fola Ikavadi vere vardata me vanga papi he bola Ikavadi akiya chavasadata mura fera kadena kola Sona sona mukarate soni soni kichave rupai ude hava devi chave sacha mucha darsha dikhadata me dil ne dukare fola ikavadi akmire vardata me vanga papi he bola ikavadi akiya chavasadata mura fera kadena kola Varovari khai janma chapai me jage mere bagatere charana chai me Varovari khai janma chapai me jage mere bagatere charana chai me Hun rakalo rakadata mura fera kadena rola ikavadi vere vardata mura dil de dukane fola Me vanga papi he bola ikavadi akiya chavasadata mura fera kadena kola Sona mukarate soni kichave rupai ude hava devi chave sacha mucha darsha dikhadata me dil ne dukare fola ikavadi vere vardata me vanga papi he bola ikavadi Aikavadi Akia Chavasandata Murafera Kadena Kola Sacha Sucha Sawana Te Sacha Kira Palave Agia Ajaiba Tere Dara Te Kangalave Sacha Sucha Sawana Te Sacha Kira Palave Agia Ajaiba Tere Dara Te Kangalave Karalaka Laka Karalaka Laka Yavari Yashadata Tere Dara Te Jindari Gola Ikavari Aikavari Vere Vardata Me Vanga Papi Hembola Ikavari Aikavari Akia Chavasandata Mura Fera Kadena Kola Sona sona mukarate soni soni kichave rupayo de hava de vichave asacha mucha darsha dikhadata me dil de dukare fola ikavari Aikavari Vere Vardata Me Vanga Papi Hembola Aikavari Akia Chavasandata Murafera Kadena Kola.
And you have a beautiful attraction. The soul is so happy that it is flying in the air. Come really and give us darshan, O giver. O giver, at least once enter my home, so that I can relate the sorrows of my heart to you. Like the rainbird I am saying, O giver, for once reside in my eyes, and then I will never open my eyes again. Thank you.
Mind that there should be no tension in the body. When you adopt any pose, don't change, please. Be physically still. Don't change, please. Don't change. Physically still. Close your eyes. Forget the world outside for a while. Why are you changing? Why can't you sit still? Close your eyes. Forget the world outside for a while. Also forget the environment in which you are sitting. So you see vast expanse of darkness in front of you. Your eyes of flesh and bones are closed. They don't work. There's some other eye which looks at darkness. That inner eye, third eye, or single eye. So with the inner eye, don't look to the whole of the vast expanse of darkness in front of you, but just look into the middle thereof, opposite to your eyebrows, outside. Look intently, minutely penetrating into it to find out what is in there. Repeating the names mentally one by one at intervals, not in quick succession, so that inner gaze is not disturbed. You continue looking like that for a short period, say 15 to 20 minutes. You'll find whole attention will be riveted there, and the darkness will thin. You'll find light coming up, sprouting forth. When you find any kind of light, just don't look to the whole of it, but just look into the middle of it, while repeating the names at intervals mentally one by one, so that the inner gaze is not disturbed. You continue for a short time, that light will grow bright and burst. That will give you sky. Sometimes sky comes out at the very outset. Whenever it comes, look into the middle of, intently into it, what is in there. You'll find stars. If you find stars, just locate the big star out of that. You find big star, then put in whole attention into the middle thereof. That will open, you will cross it. Or the moon may come up. If it comes, just look into the middle thereof. Intently, minutely, that will burst into pieces, and you will cross it. That Prophet Muhammad did it. Or the God will appear in some form in which he is working. So, you find such form and have your whole attention into him, so much so that you forget yourself. You will develop receptivity. He will talk to you as one does outside. Then you may also hear the sound principle. Go on sitting until you are to leave.
I'm lying at your door. I'm standing with my hands stretched out. The eyes are thirsty. Make me have your darshan. Shower grace, O Lord. Take me across. O friend of the miserable ones, the ocean of compassion, how do you forget me? Showering grace, you liberated the saints. O Satguru, you have liberated even the sinners. You ate the contaminated fruits of chivalry. You embraced all those who came into your refuge. You have erased everyone's difficulties. You have known everyone's pains. O Satguru, I am in your refuge. You are an ocean and I am your drop. You are my mother and father and brother. I am a beggar. You are the giver. O Ajib, this is the tale of lives. This is the story of birth after birth. O beloved Kirpal Guru, my love with you is very ancient. Bhajan of Sanchi.
तुमसे मेरी प्रीत पुरानी है कृपाल गुरु प्यारे प्यारे है कृपाल गुरु तुमसे तुमसे मेरी प्रीत पुरानी है कृपाल गुरु प्यारे प्यारे है कृपाल गुरु तुमसे दरवाजे पर पड़ा हुआ हूँ हाथ पसारे खड़ा हुआ हूँ दरवाजे पर पड़ा हुआ हूँ हाथ पसारे खड़ा हुआ हूँ अंकिया प्यासी दर्श दिखाओ दया करो प्रभु पार लगाओ अंकिया प्यासी दर्श दिखाओ दया करो प्रभु पार लगाओ दीन बंधु करुण के सागर मेरी सुध कैसे बिसरानी है कृपाल गुरु प्यारे प्यारे है कृपाल गुरु तुमसे मेरी प्रीत पुरानी है कृपाल गुरु प्यारे प्यारे है कृपाल गुरु तुमसे कृपा करी संत जन तारे सतगुरु तुमने आत्मा उबारे कृपा करी संत जन तारे सतगुरु तुमने आत्मा उबारी शिवरी के जूते फाल खाए सब शरणागत कंत लगाए शिवरी के जूते फाल खाए सब शरणागत कंत लगाए तुमने सबके संकट काटे सबकी पीड़ा जानी है कृपाल गुरु प्यारे प्यारे है कृपाल गुरु तुमसे तुमसे मेरी प्रीत पुरानी है कृपाल गुरु प्यारे प्यारे है कृपाल गुरु तुमसे हे सतगुरु में शरण तुम्हारी तुम सागर में बूंद तुम्हारी हे सतगुरु में शरण तुम्हारी तुम सागर में बूंद तुम्हारी तुम ही माता पिता और भ्राता मैं हूँ जाचक तुम हो दाता तुम ही माता पिता और भ्राता मैं हूँ जाचक तुम हो दाता अजायब यही जन्मों की गाथा यही जन्म जन्म की कहानी है कृपाल गुरु प्यारे प्यारे है कृपाल गुरु तुमसे मेरी प्रीत पुरानी है कृपाल गुरु प्यारे प्यारे है कृपाल गुरु तुमसे
Oh, Satguru, I am in your refuge. You are an ocean and I am your drop. You are my mother and father and brother. I am a beggar. You are the giver. Oh, Ajab, this is the tale of lives. This is the story of birth after birth. Oh, beloved Kripal Guru, my love with you is very ancient. There is one announcement. If you're not going to be here for tomorrow's program, please see Mark Ehrman to receive your bag of prasad. Oh, God. Sorry about that. I want to begin today. We are, of course, remembering Master Kirpal Singh's birthday, which is just a few days away. And I want to begin by reading one of his birthday messages. This is the 1967 message. He says, "Dear children of light, I send my hearty love and blessings to you, one and all, on this, my 74th physical birthday. I am a human being in soul's body, like each one of you. All are human beings first, bearing the badges of one or the other religion. All mankind is one, with the same privileges from God, namely born the same way, having the same construction of their bodies, outer and inner, and the same conscious entity, a drop of the ocean of all consciousness, enlivening the body. To be born in a temple is good. It works as a casing of the kernel of truth alive. But to die while congealed in the casing and forgetting the kernel of truth within is a debarring one from the truth, which is a heinous sin. In my heart, I have a vision of fraternity of spirit. Organized religions with too much emphasis on outer forms and rituals become fortified compartments of egoistic power, more than instruments of service or aids of self-realization. These inevitably result in quarrels with one another. We need a simple movement of the spirit, with harmony and brotherhood of humanity and love for man, bird, and beast. I take religion as a yoga of life with love. Yoga means the control of mind and subdual of desires vitiated with egoism. This will lead to real happiness if we renounce the fruits of our actions and work as instruments or puppets of the Lord. Let our actions be an offering to the Lord. Mind that spirituality is non-egoism. May our selfless work for spreading this message of the Master, which is God's work, draw many unto Thee, O Lord, and may our name be forgotten. Let us belong to the kingdom of the Master, the Word made flesh, and dedicate our life to the service of the Master, who is the beauty of the simple life and selfless service. Let us follow the Master and make his noble teachings as a part and parcel of our lives, and attune ourselves with jyoti, light, and music of all harmonies, reverberating in all creation, which will open our inner eye and will leave no room in our hearts for spite or hatred for others. We will be brothers and sisters who are united in unbreakable bonds of spirit by the Master. Your heart will be filled with love and compassion for all that live, sentient or insentient, namely man, beast, bird, and all nature. We should lead and teach a life of compassion and love to all beings on earth. He really knoweth, who loveth and serveth all, is the message of the wise ones of humanity, like Buddha, Christ, and Nanak. It is the message our daily life and modern world so piteously needs. I wish you to progress spiritually and to lead a life of righteousness, good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. With all love, your own Kirpal Singh. And that was given on January 21st, 1967. To the principal reading today will be the concluding chapter of Master Kirpal's great book, The Crown of Life. I don't know how many satsangis these days read The Crown of Life, but I would, it is, in my opinion, it is one of the great masterpieces of all time, in which all the philosophical problems and difficulties of understanding things and putting things together and understanding how one thing relates to another and how the yoga systems in general relate to the path and so forth and so on are all covered in it. Only one chapter is specifically about the path. The rest of the book deals with the ramifications of how the path fits into the world. In any case, this is chapter 8. It's called Conclusion, and it's clear enough without having read the book. Although if we had read the book, of course, it works in a somewhat different way. The foregoing survey in brief of the major religions of the world and some of their modern ramifications makes abundantly clear a general drift towards some common basic assumptions and beliefs. A, that the physical universe is no more than a small part of a much larger whole. B, that in like manner our everyday human existence is only a fragment of the vast and complex pattern of life. C, that behind the phenomenal, physical, and human world there is an absolute reality, or a state of perfect being, beyond change or destruction, complete within itself, which is responsible for all that is, and yet stands over and above its own creation. D, that this reality, this state of perfect being, may be approached by man under competent guidance through the agency of the Word, or the divine stream radiating light and harmony, which represent the primal manifestations of the formless into form, and from whose downward descent all realms and regions came into existence. If all religious experience tends in the same direction, then why, one asks, is there so much of conflict and controversy in the sphere of religion? Why is it that the devotees of every faith regard theirs as the only true one and all other faiths as false? Why is there dogmatic faith and spiritual monopoly? And wherefore the Holy Crusades, the massacre of St. Bartholomew, the Spanish Inquisition, or the communal riotings in India in 1947? The question is a valid one, and the reasons that must go toward answering it are many and complex. The first thing that strikes one when taking up the comparative study of religion is its existence on different levels. At the core of every major religion stands the practical, mystical experience of some great sage or a succession of sages. Around this center have accumulated accretions of social codes, customs, and ritual. Now the core may be common to the mystics of various ages and countries, but the social context in which it is experienced and conveyed must of necessity vary. The Westerner bares his head as a mark of reverence, while the Oriental covers it. The Hindu, belonging to a land with many rivers and abundant water, bathes before his prayers, while his Muslim counterpart, coming from the deserts of Arabia, is satisfied with a dry bath with sand. The European, living as he does in the colder regions, feels neither of these compulsions. Such differences of custom extend to other spheres as well. Polygamy may be lawful to the Muslim, but it is a sin to the Catholic. Idol worship may be quite permissible in Hinduism, but is hateful to the Puritan. The fact is that all religious leaders have stressed the need for maintaining high ethical standards, but their ethic has never been of the nature of an absolute. They have taken into account the social conditions obtaining among the people at the times at which they came, and have tried to raise them to the highest possible point, aiming not so much at a standardization of outer custom as at inner purity of heart and goodwill toward one's human and non-human fellow creatures. Jesus' immediate listeners may have failed to appreciate the truth of his assertion that he had come not to break, but to fulfill the law. And yet if Moses gave out the precept of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, Christ taught his disciples to love their enemies and to offer their right cheek when the left was slapped. Moses spoke according to the conditions of his time, and Jesus according to his own. So the ethics of Christianity deviated from those of Judaism, even though it is an extension of the older faith. As a consequence of the factors that came into play in the development of religion as a social institution, we find that each religion creates around itself a distinct pattern of customs, dogmas, and ritual. This pattern being distinct in each case, The devotees of every faith must necessarily feel themselves as standing apart from those of other faiths, not only in their dress and manners, but also in their modes of social concepts and attitudes. Yet the lives of all great religious leaders like Jesus and Buddha reveal that while each of them accepted and extended the code of his own people, they nonetheless never forgot that all men were brothers and treated members of other societies with the same respect and consideration as they displayed to those of their own. Behind the varying outer forms that characterize life, they saw pulsating the same unity of being, and it was from this level that they regarded all humanity. What was possible to the great founders of religions should be possible for those who claim to follow them. But when we look at things as they stand, we find that this possibility of intercommunication, cooperation, and understanding between various faiths has seldom, if ever, been realized. A mystic like Sri Ramakrishna may practically demonstrate the inner oneness of all religions, but the rest of us fail to grasp the point. And Master, as a footnote, Sri Ramakrishna, to test the truth that all religions lead to the same spiritual goal, practiced in turn the outer and inner disciplines of Hinduism, Christianity, and Islam, and in each case he found the end reached was the same. The fact is that every major world religion, after the passing away of its founder, grew into an institution with a priesthood to manage its affairs. The pundits in India, the mullahs and Maulvis in Islam, the Pharisees and rabbis in Judaism, and the monks and bishops in Christianity. This development made possible the extension of the message of the great founders to numbers they could never have instructed themselves. Buddha personally met and influenced many an individual, but what was their number in comparison to the millions that heard the doctrine of Dharma when Ashoka created the various sanghas, or orders of Buddhist monks, 2 centuries after his death? Besides, it enabled the perpetuation of his message down the ages. Buddha has come and gone. Jesus may have been immolated on the cross, but the Sangha and the Church continue and keep alive their teachings in a widespread manner, which could not have been done if no such institutions had been developed. If the institutionalization of the teachings of great spiritual leaders enabled their propagation and perpetuation, it also led to their transformation. The message of Christ or of Buddha, as it was first delivered by each of them, was one thing, but in the hands of the Church and Sangha that followed, it became another. The great religious leaders were moved and guided by first-hand inner experience, and it was this actuality that lay at the heart of their teachings. They saw it as something universal, something latent in everyone, and it was toward this that they directed the attention of their disciples, employing ethical advancement as a lever for spiritual progress. When their task, after their passing away, was taken over by rapidly expanding organizations, which grew more complex with time, one could not expect all of their members to have attained the same heights, or even to have any glimpses of the inner mystic realms. Little wonder, then, that with the growth of the Church and the like, the interest in every religion should have tended to shift from the mystical to the ethical, the ritualistic, and the doctrinal. In short, from the universal to the particular. Only a rare soul may penetrate through the dark veil within, but for every such being, a million, nay, a billion, may discuss problems of ethics, practice outer ceremonies, and hold strong opinions on various subjects, opinions not inspired or tested by personal experience, but picked up from the marketplace of life. And so, whereas we find no rigid framework of ritual or doctrine or outer code in the teachings of Jesus himself, everything being fluid and flexible, in a ready state to be directed to the service of the mystical message, a rigid framework emerged with the growth of the Christian Church. As this variation took place, new barriers arose between the followers of Jesus and those of other faiths, barriers that never existed before. As though this were not enough, the rise of priestcraft worked in yet another direction. The Church, in its phase of growth, had in most cases to struggle against heavy odds, as everything new usually meets with strong opposition. It could only offer the cross of danger and deprivation, not the rose of prosperity. Those who entered it for the sake of their convictions, not for love of power. But once the Church had come to be accepted, it began to exercise considerable sway over the people. They offered it gifts and titles and made it the final arbiter, not only in matters spiritual, but in matters temporal as well. Thus began a process by which the priesthood turned from the inner to the outer life, from self-abnegation to temporal power. In order to preserve its position, the Church encouraged the growth of doctrines and traditions that reinforced its monopoly of authority. To strengthen itself, it created a halo around the altar to which it was in service, and condemned the altars where it had no hand. If the self-styled servants of Jehovah, or those of some other name of deity, were to maintain and extend their position and sway, then it was necessary that all gods of the Philistines or of the heathen should be condemned. These factors that we have considered operate in every field of human activity. The historian is only too well aware of the fate of every new movement, whether of a religious or of a secular character. It arises with a man of vision, undergoes rapid expansion in the hands of those whom his example has directly inspired, and then enters into a process of gradual senility and decay. The descent from a pulsating vision to a mechanical dogma is not peculiar to religion alone, but nevertheless there are certain features in the case of religion which do not occur elsewhere. These unique problems stem from the mystical experience at the heart of every great religion. The mystic experience, as we have seen, extends to planes of existence to which normally human beings have no access. Only a handful, nay, less than a handful, can claim its mastery in any age. It is an experience unique in character, for it possesses a kind of richness, extensiveness, intensity, and beauty that finds no parallel in earthly life. But we on this earthly plane can comprehend its meaning only within the limitations of our own mundane experience. The choice before the mystic, if he wishes to convey to us something of his unique experience, not just ending in silence or in the negative statements of the Vedantist or of St. John of the Cross, is perforce to resort to metaphor and parable. In Maulana Rumi's Masnavi, we are told, "It is not fitting that I tell thee more, for the stream's bed cannot hold the sea." Jesus was quite explicit on the subject when speaking to his closest disciples, to whom he could directly convey first-hand inner experience. "Unto you it is given to know the mystery of the kingdom of God, but unto those that are without, all things are done in parables. St. Mark. Whereas direct statements tend to be limited by the analyzable quality of the object, figurative statement suffers no such bar. Poets have described their love for a woman in terms of a rose, a star, a melody, a flame, the moon, etc. The mystics have used a similar license when speaking of their love for God. But while the listeners to the poet speaking of human love are always aware that he's using metaphors, knowing well what a woman is, those hearing the mystic have no such comparison and often tend to forget that what he is saying is only figurative. So the statements of the man of spiritual vision are often taken literally when they are meant to be only metaphorical, and metaphorically when they are meant to be literal. Thus, when Jesus or Muhammad declared that he was the Son or the Messiah of God, as all great souls who have merged their will with the divine will have said, they were each taken to imply that he was literally the only Son of the Almighty. Or again, when Jesus, speaking not in his capacity as a finite individual, but in that of the eternal divine principle that he embodied, said, I shall never leave thee nor forsake thee, even to the ends of the world, he was taken literally. So to speak, active spiritual guidance from a living teacher after Jesus was no more became a sign of disbelief and therefore was dubbed a heresy. But when Jesus quite literally spoke of the single eye, or of God as light, he was taken to refer figuratively to integrity of conscience and the light of reason. Little wonder, then, that with each statement being thus interpreted, or rather misinterpreted, meanings should emerge which the sage who made them never had in mind, and dogmas and doctrines should be propounded in his name, which have little relation to the universal inner experiences which inspired him. So differences of doctrine between one creed and another arose that were never in the contemplation of their founders. Moreover, the inner realms are so vast and varied that no one mystic could ever hope to point to all aspects of the inner panorama. At best, he can hint at some part of it, and that may not be exactly the same as those parts of which others have spoken, with the result that with the reader who has himself no direct access to the realms within, there may appear certain discrepancies between the writings of one mystic and another, which in fact do not exist. Further, not all mystics reach the highest spiritual goal. Only a few succeed in breaking through the veil of inner darkness to the full, and of these, the majority never get beyond the first inner spiritual plane. Of those who do succeed in going further, the greater number never cross the second plane, and so on. Now, each of the planes has its own peculiarities and characteristics, and whereas the higher planes contain and maintain the lower ones, the inhabitants of the lower planes are seldom aware of the existence of the higher ones. Each plane, in comparison to the one before it, seems perfection itself, and every mystic who has spoken of his divine experience has described it as though it were the be-all and the end-all of spiritual progress. The inescapable consequence of this is that we encounter descriptions of the Absolute that, after an allowance for differences of figurative language has been made, fail to agree. Jesus speaks of the divine in its paternal aspect, Sri Ramakrishna in its maternal one. The Shankya mystics speak of God, Prakriti, and Atman as forever separate, Ramanuja as related but never merging into one, while Shankara sees them as of the self-same essence, their separation being not real, but only an illusion. All this means a massive confusion to the common reader. But should he meet one who has reached the highest realm and is familiar with the experience of each of the inner planes, all contradictions would vanish, for he can demonstrate that though the 6 blind men made apparently the most contradictory statements about the nature of the elephant, yet they could all be finally reconciled by one who could see the whole elephant. In this context, the teachings of the Surat Shabad Yoga acquire yet another significance. We have already seen at some length how it represents the quickest, most practical, and the most scientific means to man's spiritual goal. We may now add that by taking him to the highest of the spiritual planes, the point where the formless comes into form, it provides him with the best vantage ground for viewing the vast field of spirituality. That which would confuse and baffle others leaves the adept on this path unruffled. Contradictions vanish at his touch, and that which once confused and confounded resolves itself after his exposition into perfect order. He understands each of the spiritual and quasi-spiritual movements that confront us today. He can at will enter into the inner experience that each can offer, and he is the best fitted to judge their relative merits. He does not condemn or attack. He is not moved by hatred or opposition. Having seen the highest, his aim is to take his fellow human beings to it in the smoothest, swiftest way. He knows that the life within is not to be confounded with the life without, and preaches his message not as a code, but as a science. Try within, he tells us, and see for yourself. The science he teaches is not a new one. It is the most ancient of sciences. But whereas in the past it tended to ally itself to much that was not essential to it, he wishes to preserve it in its pure state and pristine glory. He carries to their logical conclusion the mystic truths embedded in all great scriptures, stressing that if God in his primal form is light and music, we must inwardly turn to these and not to any other means for reaching back to him and merging with him. Where there was chaos, he brings order. Where there was despair, he brings hope. And for each of us, in whatever capacity we may be, he has some comfort, some illumination to offer. And that is what I have to say tonight. And I urge all of you to read the book in its entirety. This is well worth it.
I was just talking about Love is innate in our souls. Innate. God is love and our souls are of the same essence as that of God. It is also love. Love knows just attaching with somebody. Conscious being we are, our conscious entity, our souls, we have to be attached to the over-self or the all-consciousness. Instead it has been attached to the world. The reason is why we are coming back again and again. It should have been just attached to God or the God in man. Then the result will be, wherever he will go, you will go. If he is not to return to the earthly sojourn, then why should you return? So what is love? Love is the, attribute of the soul, you see. It's already ingrained, innate in our soul. That requires attachment always. So just like it is life-giving for a man, you see. Just like fish is so in life water, its life. You see, fish is taken out of the water, that will simply die. Similarly, there's a cover, there's one sort of plant that grows in the water, and the more water there, the more it grows up. Similarly, our soul, which are endowed with the love of God, naturally they enjoy that life-giving water, or water of life for the soul. So naturally a man who is there, he is really detached from the world, altogether from heart. Vairagya or renunciation, you see, truly lies in the fact that we are not attached to the world, to anything outside. And the man who has got love within him, you see, love of God, he is the most detachment. He is attached somewhere so much so that all other things leave our mind. We are not attracted by anything else. For instance, one man is sitting there, we've got love for him. There may be hundreds others sitting, we'll simply wholly absorbed in him, and others will be just away from our mind. We are detached. This is the feat of this love, who has got love for God or for anything. That is a truly man who is really a vairagi or the detached from the world. And love knows sacrifice. Masters say those who would like to play the game of love, they should come here with their heads cut and put on their palms, and then they would not even mention that they have done all this. Because God knows our very tender of our mind, what lies in our mind. This is one side I show you. But what does he want? He always wants to see the master. He loves everything of the master. I was just quoting one man. There was a Pacific conference here some years back. One minister of Korea, that is a country next to Japan, north of China, he came here. He came across here and he was initiated. He was so much, intoxicated, he would just embrace all these walls and the trees here. He said, these are very beautiful, very loving, for the sake of the master. That's but natural. So one man just phoned me from America. All right, what you want? I simply want to hear your voice, nothing else. You talk something. Oh, what you want, tell me. No, I want to hear your voice. For about 1 hour, he continued like that. You know how much that would have cost him? 1 hour telephone message. He wanted to hear the voice I think not less than only telephone costs about 30 rupees, at least 30, 40 rupees, only for fuel. That means not less than $200 and even more than that. So that is what nature, who's got love, he has love for whom? Then everything will appeal to him. There's a story in India, you see, one Majnu was very fond of Lala. So once he came across one dog. He began to kiss his feet, hug him. People asked him, what are you doing? Oh, this dog I have seen just going into the lane of my Lala, with whom he was very much in love, you see. This is but natural. So he says, if the eye do not see the master, those eyes should be taken out. Those ears do not hear the voice of the beloved, you see, those ears, it would be better they are deaf. That hand is blessed who goes down to the feet of the beloved. So, the lover wants always those arms should be broken, they say. I'll quote it here. Guru Nanak also said, Shamas Tabriz also said, those arms should be broken which have not embraced the Master. So these are the feet of love. What the lover wants. He naturally wants to be near to the Master. The God in him, of course. He wants to listen to every word he says. He will follow it at any cost. If you love me, keep my commandments. So these things follow as a matter of course, I would say. Who loves, he will follow what Master says, whether he is in his presence or away. To Master is word personified, whether he is thousands of miles away. He is watched, he is being watched, because his word manifests. And sometimes he manifests physically also, to just meet with the wishes of the lover. This is what love does it. And what does it cost? Nothing. It costs only that much. Have your whole attention riveted into the beloved. That's all these things will follow, naturally. Again this question comes, what is love, where it is, what it wants naturally, and what things follow up of itself. I mentioned about that. Then how this can be developed? This is what I told you yesterday. Whom you love is always in your mind. If you keep anybody always in your mind, naturally you feel attraction. Then when you even think of somebody comes near to you, speaks of the Master, is your true relative. So, this is feet of love, you see. It is well most practical and the most competent way in which you can develop is to just sit in the radiation of somebody who is overflowing with the love and intoxication of God. That's the quickest, natural way of being, what we say, infection. You'll get infection for the society of the Master, of the man who is overflowing with the love of God. And what does it cost? Nothing. Beloved wants the lover not to look to anybody, not to hear anybody, not to think of anybody. He would keep his palm within his eyes, close his ears, not to let him see anybody, nor he would himself see anybody. This is what the feet of love, you see. The man who has got such a love, why should he return to the world? He may return, he may be sent as a teacher, as a master, as a doctor, to bring back the children of God to his home. But he will never come as a prisoner, as a reaction of the past, as being attached to the world. So this is the feat of love, you see, what it gives us. And what it causes is simply your attention is just divided in so many ways. Like one pipe is there, I tell you. There are so many holes in the pipe, and the water flows through the pipe. From each hole, drop by drop, water oozes out. If you close all the holes of the pipe, one hole is there, then the water will shoot out like anything. Oh, if our love, which is now divided in so many, say it will be down from outside, and only one avenue is there, God or the God in man, naturally that will shoot out. So love is there already innate in our soul, simply that is divided in so many things. Somewhere in the body, somewhere in the enjoyment, somewhere with the children, somewhere for the name and fame of the world. If you just attach one whole, love will be there, then naturally you are detached from others, and that will work wonders. So any words coming out of such a man, you see, naturally those are charged with love by radiation. Why these people come from thousands of miles here? What for? Do I look at the mountain? That's all. To hear his words. Of course they can have the same effect even thousands of miles away by turning their attention towards the Master. Just as radio or the television. Kabir says if your Master lived across the ocean and you live this side, just direct your attention that way. You get the same benefit. But even that you cannot underrate the value of the first-hand experience, first company of the Master. So this is feat of love, you see. When that is dwelt in body, naturally these things come up, they follow. So, such like people, you see, when they come to the world is flooded with love. Because by infection, by radiation, you get the same thing. When you sit by, say, ice or snow, naturally you get cold. When you sit by fire, naturally you have heat. So if you sit by anybody who is got inside love and bliss of God, you know, intoxication, well, naturally you will have that infection like that. If a man you sit by somebody who is with so many things, if you died with lust and you see, contempt for others, retaliation, this and that, naturally you will have heat, not cold. That is why the company of the saints have been so much spoken of by the saints. When you sit by somebody, naturally that society has the same effect by radiation. So that is all says God is love, our soul is also love, and the way back to God is also true love. All these religious scriptures and performance of one ritual or the other, this and that thing. What for? So that you may have your attention diverted to God. Your love which is distributed in so many ways, those should be just pointed at once. Only for that reason. If that is not the result, then all your outward penances are fruitless. To speak of love is something else. To have love is something else. When you have love in your heart, that I told you yesterday, it is the subject of your heart, not of head. So such like people go ahead, you see, like that. Head may be there to understand, that's all. But you have to develop love. So you cannot reach God except through love. And love is dwelt in that way, as I already explained to you yesterday and today. These are the things which we have to see whether we have got in our souls or we have dwelt in our own selves or not. Only touching some place, going to some place, or just singing or this and that won't do. Just see how far you have dwelt love for God within you. That's all. When you think of God, you see your love for God or the God and man, naturally you dwell those very attributes which He is personified. In Japji perhaps you have read, to hear the sound principle of God, just like when the crop is cut, you see, and the grain is taken out at one place of the whole crop, that place is called as a abode. You see, he says if you got to hear the sound, come in touch with the light of God, or hear the voice of God, the sound principle, all virtues will just embedded in you. You will have all virtues, only by hearing, coming in touch with the sound and light of God. These things follow naturally. Here we lack. You see, we put in less time, we put in more, more time for the outward things rather than God. So first of all is to have God consciousness, all through. Universal God consciousness. First personal, then universal. When that deteriorates, you see, we come just the very thing which are just brought in to develop love for God. Only the rituals, we care more for the rituals, outer performances, rather than the love of God. That's a deterioration. Blessed are those penances and the ritual by performing which you develop love in you. Only for the sake of the religious, if you perform all rituals, that will carry nothing. Those are good actions of God that will react in goodness, but not in God. So you remain in any country, in any school of thought, that makes no difference. The difference lies in how far you have developed in love for God. Those rituals, those messages, those things which can help you in developing love for God, those are blessed. So for that company of the saints is most needed. The society of the good people naturally will develop into goodness. The society of spiritual men will develop in you spirituality. That is why it is said a man is known by the company he keeps. So this is the feat of love, you see. The more you dwell this way, the more you are blessed. You are making the best use of your life. If not, then you are just taking up a way that will bring you back again and again to the world. So blessed is the man who meets with the Master, who just sows a seed of Naam within you that can't be destroyed, you see. Then if you just come in contact with Naam, naturally you love for God, you detach from the world. Even that, the man who has just been initiated got that seed of Naam within him. Some little or more capital to start with. Even that he has not later on dwelt that in his life, forgotten it. Even then he will have to come back, but not below the level of man. because in man body only that seed can dwell. What use of coming back to man even? Why not put in more time and dwell that thing which you got already? So you got one love for God or the love of God in man by following his injunctions or instructions, that you are not to come back. The more you advance in the earthly life, the more you will go to higher planes. So put in more time, please, in your practices, develop love for God within you. You will be blessed. You will make the best use of your life. तो ये बातें भाई आपके लिए सुनते रहो, सुनना काफी नहीं. We have got oceans of talks, I would say. We have got oceans of talks. But how many grains are of action?
Kirpal worries for you. Why do you worry? He is the all-owner of the whole world. He is merciful to the poor. Except devotion, no worry works, even if you think 1,000,000 times. My Lord makes the high from the low. He listens to everyone's voice. Giving up me, do thee. The protector protects you. And the court of the Lord is the support of the master. The mighty cow moves back. He always protects those who are clean and true within. Reducing the gallows to a pinprick, he cuts the trap of attachment and maya. O benefactor master, I thank you 1,000,000 times after coming. You have taken care of a jibe. Kirpal worries for you. Why do you worry?
Teri socha kare kirpala, socha kyo karda. Teri socha kare kirpala, socha kyo karda. Kula malika o Sare Jagada Kula Maliko Sare Jagada O He Dina Deala Socha Kyo Karada Teri Socha Kare Kirpala Socha kyo karada. Teri socha kare kirapala. Socha kyo karada. Bina bandagi kucha socha na chaladi. Bina bandagi kucha socha na chaladi. Bhave socha lai lakavara. Socha kyo karada. Teri socha kare kirapala. Socha kyo karada. Nicho incha kare mera gopinda. Nicho uncha kare mere gopinda. Oho suna da e sabadi pukara. Socha kyo karada. Teri socha kare kirapala. Socha kyo karada. Teri socha kare kirapala. Socha kyo karada. Me chadake tutu karale. Me chadake tutu karale. Teri rakia kare patipala. Socha kyo karada. Teri socha kare kirapala. Socha kyo karada. Teri socha kare kirapala. Socha kyo karada. Vicha daragade Guru dasahara. Vicha daragade Guru dasahara. Piche hata jaye kalakarala. Socha kyo karada. Teri socha kare kirapala. Socha kyo karada. Teri socha kare kirapala. Socha kyo karada. Andara safa Jina de sache. Andara safa Jina de sache. Oho haradama karada sambala. Socha kyo karada. Teri socha kare kirapala. Socha kyo karada. Teri socha kare kirapala. Socha kyo karada. Suli difira Sulabanave. Suli difira Sulabanave. Mohamaya dakata da janjala. Socha kyo karada. Teri socha kare kirapala. socha kyo karada. Teri socha kare kirapala. Socha kyo karada. Laka sukarana guru merabana. Laka shukarana guru merabana. Liya akeya jaiba sambala. Socha kyo karada. Teri socha kare kirapala. Socha kyo karada. Teri socha kare kirapala. Socha kyo karada.
Giving up me, do thee. The protector protects you, and the court of the Lord is the support of the master. And mighty Cal moves back. He always protects those who are clean and true within. Reducing the gallows to a pinprick, he cuts the trap of attachment and maya. O benefactor master, I thank you 1,000,000 times. After coming, you have taken care of Ajib. Kirpal worries for you. Why do you worry? Dinner isn't until 6:30, so 6:45.
6:45, and also those that won't be here tomorrow, Mark has prashad for them in the back.
Okay, so anyone that is not going to be here tomorrow, there's prashad, and you can get it. Mark has a basket back there, and you can get it there. So I guess we're going to meditate a little while here.